Yo, you gotta be kidding me, man. I don't know how many streams I've been doing, but my mic has been muted. Like, in my audio mixer settings. Oh my god, I'm an idiot, man. Yeah, like I said, what's good, G Money? Happy Thanksgiving to you too, bro. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I was like talking and talking, and I'm like, man, this guy's quiet. I'm like, all good, man, but I don't know when I muted that. No, whatever. I'm here now, so I'm here now, man. Like, fuck. Oh, I feel so dumb. Yeah, that's let me just test it. Yeah, I fucked up. I could physically mute my mic, but in the software settings, I had it like on mute for some reason. And I don't know how long it's been like that. I mean, maybe I've just been like a silent streamer this whole time. Yeah, what's good, man? No, happy Thanksgiving to you too, and yeah, man. I hope you I hope you enjoy some like a nice dinner and soon. I don't know. I don't know what time you're gonna have your dinner at, but man, you gotta be kidding me. I've been fucking muted this whole time. Oh shit, man. That would explain so much. Why? Damn, bro. I feel dumb to be honest. Cause like I don't know how long it's been like that. The last couple of streams, I've had people come in. They're chatting and like they're like, and I'm like responding to them and stuff, and then it's like they're all like, if this is a game, drop this, like, drop like a something in the chat, and I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? I'm like, I'm telling you, it's not a game. But yeah, my mistake. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I have no idea how long this mic's been muted, but anyway, I'm not gonna let that get to me. I'm gonna. Damn, that's a wake up call, man. It's like I've been chatting and rambling for so long, like on these last few streams, and like none of it was going through. I've been talking to myself, like you have any idea how fucking weird that is? Like, no, it's all good. It's all good. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, man. I don't know how many streams in a row I've been doing that have just been like completely dead silent and like mute basically. I've just been on like mute this whole time. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna. I feel like now I shouldn't even cut the mic because I've been like muted for like the last, I don't know, like I have fucking no idea how long I've been muted, man. That would explain some of the responses I've been getting on stream, and yeah, that explains a lot, to be honest. Yeah, I feel a little bit embarrassed because of that, but it's all good. It's all good. Nothing wrong with nothing wrong with that. But yeah, what have you been up to, bro? You been chilling or what? Oh, you're just playing FF14, eh? How is that game? That the MMO one? Like I know there was like 11 and 14, I think, but yeah, how is that? Yeah, the MMO, hey, it's pretty damn good. Damn, man. Yeah, I never, what FF games did I play growing up? I remember for sure 7, FF7 was like a big deal for us, and FF10 was pretty dope, like, I'll be honest, I really liked. FF9 was dope too. So, yeah, I think we went 7, we skipped 8 for some reason, 9, and then 10. But yeah, I remember I think 11 or something was like an online one, so we kind of skipped that one, but yeah, it's... Bro, 9 and 10 were fucking hype. Like, I wasn't too into 9 as a kid. But, like, looking back at it now, I'm like, I like how they went back to that high fantasy setting. And 10, like, oh, bro. That was a groundbreaking game. Like, FF10 was a fucking groundbreaking game, man. The graphics, the fucking... 7 isn't your fave, but it was groundbreaking for me anyway. I feel you on that. Like, I remember my cousin was obsessed with 7 because, like, he got it for his birthday or something like that. But, yeah, definitely 7 was like, oh man, dude, like, this is gonna be like... I remember as kids, I would sleep over at my cousin, you know, like, me and my cousins would have, like, sleepovers at each other's houses. Our older brothers would play FF7, they'd play through the story, you know, they'd grind it out, fighting all the enemies. Me and my younger, like me and like my cousins my age, we would legit just go to the Golden Saucer and play the arcade games. Like we had no interest in like in playing the game or anything. Yeah, I think 7 and 10 accomplished the most from your point of view. Yeah, legit, bro. 7, I liked the Golden Saucer, bro. Yo, did you know that the fucking music from the Golden Saucer is just like some classical music? I can't remember where I found that. It was like from a YouTube video or something, but I was like, man, it's kind of weird when you think about it. But yeah, every new game should have a new version of the Golden Saucer. Dog, like that. The Golden Saucer fighting the fucking weapons, like Ruby weapon, Sapphire, I think they were called, like Ruby, Emerald weapon, whatever. The one where you fight, I don't know, it was like, I think it was Sapphire weapon, Underground. Bro, no way. FF14 actually has a Golden Saucer? Yo. Might have to check it out then. Yeah, it was fucking cool, man. Like, which reminds you need to check your lottery tickets. Oh shit. The guy's gambling in FF14? No, I've heard good things about, I think it's 11 or 14. I want to say 14. One of the dudes in a Discord server I was in was talking about how he, fuck, how he likes FF14. Yeah. Isn't it like, dude, tell me about FF14. Is that like something about you can get like an apartment or something, or you can rent out like a piece of land? I have very limited knowledge on FF14, to be honest, but... What pattern am I doing here? So this one can change. Okay, yeah, so you can buy an apartment, a mansion, limited number though. They do have a lottery every couple months though to see who gets a chance to. Oh, that's kind of cool. So like, are those official servers you're still playing on, or is it like a community kind of run thing? What am I making here? Oh, I want to break, turn down the volume on this. If you join a guild, you get a 1-bedroom apartment though. That's not bad. And yeah, they're official servers, no fan servers yet. Okay, that's dope, man. I guess that game's still going strong then, hey? I'll be honest, like, I haven't really been into, like, the whole MMO scene. My brothers were always into that, and, you know, being the little brother, I'd always just watch them. But yeah, fucking, they used to play like, you know, like Ragnarok Online. That was a dope game. But I tried to get into that like years ago, but I don't know, it just didn't really click with me. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, so it's kind of like WoW then. It's a huge game. I think it surpassed WoW for how many users there are. Speaking of WoW, dude, like, wow, no, I mean, I heard WoW was having like just some sort of exodus or something. A lot of people are going to like RuneScape. I don't know how like grounded in reality that is. It could just be something I thought up, and you know, maybe I'm gaslighting myself, but you know, it's just something I heard about. I'm like, that's kind of interesting how like something as big as WoW is kind of dropping off to like, you know, a game like RuneScape. Or maybe it's just like Reddit posts and stuff I've seen, right? Like it's nothing like special, but oh, I'm gonna do a training. Let's see, yeah, let's do a training. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, yeah, fair enough. Activision. I don't know if I can say that word on stream. I don't know. I'm like skeptical about saying like company names on stream. What was I just gonna say? I was thinking of something just on the tip of my tongue. We're talking about that specific company. Whatever. I'll probably think of it later, but yeah, there's some game from. Oh, okay, man. I completely lost my train of thought on that, but yeah, it's just interesting to see how like yeah like oh wait, it just. What was I gonna talk about? What are some Activision Blizzard games? I wasn't gonna say about Overwatch. I was gonna bring up something else, but anyway, yeah. Yeah, legit. I'm like, it's just on the tip of my tongue. I'm like, Destiny. There we go. Destiny. Destiny. Bro, we used to play like we used to be big into Destiny. You know, in like Destiny 2, right? It was Bungie. I'm thinking of like Bungie. And like, again, I haven't played in like years at this point, but like from what I've been seeing with the community, it's like that game is kind of dropping off. Like I don't know if you ever got that big into Destiny, but like it's kind of sad to see. Like I honestly really like the, you know, the story of it. Oh yeah, Bungie's dope. I like the, you know, the Halo series and stuff like that, but yeah, you haven't played any of the Destiny games. Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. They were pretty fun games, to be honest. It was whole like, I don't know, you're like I guess robot spaceman is like how I'd describe it, but the gunplay in that game was fucking dope though, to be honest. In Destiny, like it was really it kind of felt like Call of Duty, you know, with like in space, you know, you're like jetpack guys, you got like all these magical sci-fi cooldown kind of things, but yeah, it was a decent game, but it kind of sucks to see how. When did I last play? I want to say like something like, let's just say like 5-ish years ago, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago I used to play, but it just kind of sucks to see. It's like a game with that. Like to me, I'm a space sci-fi guy, so obviously I'm drawn to it, right? But like something with that kind of an interesting story to it just gets like, what's the word? I mean, what's like, cause I don't want to shit on the game. Like, I honestly think it's a really fun game, but like the way they handled events in that game, they just reuse maps and they would just reuse like. Well, again, I haven't played in years, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about, but it just fucking sucks, man. It's like you have such a good idea like on your hands, and you can't just listen to the community and, you know, like actually, you know, create new maps, create new areas for people to go into. But again, I haven't played in a while, so I probably don't know what I'm talking about. Just hearsay I've been reading on like Reddit and stuff, but Yeah, Destiny was a pretty dope series though, to be honest. Yeah, age old. Yeah, bro. I know. At first, I hated it. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a what do they call it? A games as a service type game. I'm like, nah, I'm good on that. My cousin got me into it though. He's like, yo, bro, he's like, just fucking make a new character and we'll run it. You know what I mean? And it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. To be honest, like I had a lot of fun with it, but yeah, no, I agree. It's always this. What's the word? It's like a company will always need to make like what is it every quarter, like fiscal quarter or something. They need to increase like profits. I don't know if it's every year or every quarter, but like it's unsustainable, man. You know what I mean? Like I don't think any company could like keep up with that kind of demand. It's like okay, we gotta milk these players. You know, we gotta even make even more money for the next season of the game or whatever you want to call it. And I'm like, bro, like that's I just don't I personally don't think that's manageable. That's but again, you know, it's always these generally the shareholders want them to grow quarterly at the very least or have a good plan to grow quarterly. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's the shareholders. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. It's not just these companies. It's yeah, you know, they got fucking shareholders investing their capital into the property or whatever. So of course they want to see those returns. But man, like, yeah, it kind of to me it's like I like listening to the Destiny lore, which is where layoffs come in too, dog. Like, I will never understand how, like you have a team, a crew. They're working, but they'll have the CEO who is a shark and willing to fire people in between these game releases, dog. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like you have a crew that's familiar with the engine, with the tools, with each other. You know, maybe you know some may not work well, but the idea being like if you have this crew for like 5 years or so, or let's just say 1 year, and they're working really well together, you know, these artists are like on point, the music guys are on point, the programmers are getting shit, you know, it's all in the right pipeline. But because the CEO wants to take a chunk and the shareholders have to fucking make their money back, it's like, yeah, we're gonna cut out this artist, we're gonna get rid of this composer. It's like, what are you fucking doing? It's like, these are the guys who are like making your game and they're making it, you know, they're like I guarantee you some of those like the people working on those games are probably as like passionate about the game as like some of the fans, you know what I mean? Like they're not to say in a mean way, but they're a bunch of nerds who are like, yo bro, like this is what I'm about. And yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Like I'm not in the industry or anything like that, so I don't want to give the impression that I know what I'm talking about. But fuck, man, like it never makes any sense to me. It's like you have a great crew working together. Can you not just compensate them and keep them together? Or is it all just about profits at the end of the day? You know what I mean? Like, but you know, I guess you know there's something to be said about the indie game scene, though, right? I mean, those are just well, again, I haven't really been in the gaming scene to be honest in quite a while, but like from my understanding, that's where like the real passion is, and fan projects to be honest. You know, like obviously you know me, like I'm a fan of the Mega Man series and stuff like that, but I've seen some pretty good fan projects coming out, so to me that's where the you know the real passion comes from is people who do it just for the love of the game. You know what I mean? They're not motivated by money. They're not motivated by anything else. They just like doing what they're doing, and you know they can hopefully they can continue to do it. Yeah, it's always I don't know. Whenever I hear about those like layoffs and stuff, and now you know I'm hearing like in between the games, bro. It's like, what are you guys doing? And I hate to admit it, but the way I kind of see it is like it'd probably be a little bit more commonplace now that like AI is on the scene. I guess now that people are, I don't know, like AI generating writing, music, and all that. Like I don't know. My opinion of that stuff is kind of mixed. Like I see it as a tool that yes can be used as like for learning, but the way people are using it is clearly just being abused, or not abused, but like just they use it irresponsibly. Let me put it that way. But again, no, like I'm not really into like these subjects or anything. So like, take whatever I say with like a grain of, not even a grain. Take what I say with like a bowl of salt. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. Like honestly, I'm a fan of like indie developers just working on their shit in their own time at their own pace, not beholden to like deadlines or. I mean, I guess deadlines are good. Deadlines help people, but I don't know. I've always been a fan of like the indie scene, to be honest. Just someone who's passionate about what they do and just doing it to their heart's content. Yeah, not to get too like negative, I guess. Like it's kind of like not to get like too deep or negative in the conversation, but I don't know, man. I grew up with games. I grew up with like gaming and stuff like that. So obviously, I'm like, it's near and dear to my heart. I see it as like much more than just beep boop music and little pixel I mean, there's nothing wrong with pixel graphics, but like gaming to me is like a whole art form, man. It's an interactive piece of media. It takes writing, art, programming, music, like all these things combined into like an enjoyable experience that leaves a lasting impact on people. But I don't know. I've always been a fan of, I don't know, I guess game development stuff, even though I'm not really into game dev myself. Like, I don't know, I'll find like there's like I can't remember the channel name. It was like GTV Japan, or it's like a I don't know, it's a random like documentary on like what like game devs went through like back in the day, or like one example is like this Madular guy that I've been watching. So he'll cover like an old CRPG series called Ultima. Like, I don't know if you've heard the Ultima series. Honestly, I've never heard of it till like a year ago or so when you started covering the series. Dog, it gives me so much no, I don't know what it doesn't give me but it makes me appreciate that art form, like that gaming as a whole, just so much more, because it's like these guys had like limited technology, but their passion is what drove them to develop the tools, to develop like the story and all that, and just a project of like pure passion. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of shit that like I love to see, man. So like I always like watching those kind of game documentaries about like, oh yeah, this guy was in this like fucking mom's basement coding away after his day job and stuff like that, and he's just really passionate about it. And to me it's like, man, we need more of that shit. We need more guys who are just into like their own unique thing, you know what I mean? Like they're like, yeah, I made this because I wanted to make it. All good, bro. All good. You're free to do, do your own thing. Do whatever you gotta do, man. Dip out at any time. It's all good. Just mashing up some potatoes, eh? Well, I guess you guys are preparing for like dinner or something like that, or your Thanksgiving dinner, eh? Man, that's some weird fucking design I'm doing here. I have like no. I'm not even sure what I'm doing. Yeah, no, all I was really talking about is just like that passion that goes into game dev that I'm like a big fan of. Yeah, I know, bro. We're eating at like 1 or 2 a.m. lately. Pretty fucking wild. I know what it is. I know what it's like, bro. I know. It's just how your schedule is at the moment. You're probably busy in the daytime with like other things going on, and no, I feel you, bro. I feel you on that. Yeah, no, I legit, I feel you on that. Like, I only get, because my daytime's busy too, you know what I mean? Like, I would like to stream earlier in the day, but I literally don't get time because, I'm like, gotta do this, gotta do that, gotta go over here, gotta help this person out, like, you know how it is, right? But yeah, there's something to be said about, streaming into the night. It's nice and quiet, and, I feel like I can focus and, get my shit done. The only problem is, like, just learning how to adjust my sleep schedule properly. It's like, but it's all good, I'm enjoying what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. What else you been up to though, man? You still hacking away at your videos? You've been streaming? I don't know. I've been trying to find you like streaming on Twitch, to be honest, like in the daytime, but I guess I should probably look at your schedule or something, because I do want to drop into one of your streams sometime. I mean, there's no pressure though. Like, I know, like, if you're busy doing shit or whatever, then it's on me to just find out when you go live or whatever. But it's all good. Okay, okay. Monday and Thursday, that's the main days you stream. Okay, I got you. I got you. Yeah, I might have to download the Twitch app on my phone just so I can stay in touch with, like, just keep, not like keep tabs on people, but, just check every now and then if someone, in my social circle kind of thing is streaming, then, just pop in for a few minutes, like, however long I can get, and, just show that kind of support that people show to me, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta give, and, you gotta reciprocate. Well, not, like, you don't have to, I mean, it's just how I feel. Oh, okay, yeah, I feel you. And do you keep, like, a plan of, like, what kind of games you're gonna stream or anything like that, or do you just do whatever you feel like? Yeah, I'll admit, man, streaming at first I was kind of like skeptical. I'm like, I don't know if anybody would really, I don't imagine people would turn up for these kind of streams, but I guess I was wrong, because I have been getting, a few people here and there showing up, which is kind of nice, but yeah, no, I honestly, I don't really have a schedule. I just stream just because it kind of helps me, dedicate time to this project. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't stream, then it's like, oh, okay, get bored, or because like, it happens, and then I'll just watch YouTube or something, and then the day's gone, and then so I found streaming's actually kind of helped me with my art stuff. So on Monday you do fitness, then co-working, then PSO. Thursdays you do fitness, co-working, then Ashron's call. Can you explain to me what co-working is? Is that like a new thing? Like, you have to forgive me, I'm not really familiar with the Twitch scene, so I'm not really kind of dumb when it comes to Twitch, to be honest. Like, there's a whole lot of it that kind of just goes over my head. Oh, it's newish. Okay, okay. I'm assuming that's like a joint stream kind of thing. It's kind of like what you're doing now. People work on stuff on stream, but they use certain keywords and workflow strategies to draw people in to work with you in the background. Oh shit, okay. Well, it sounds kind of cool. I remember I had a guy on, I don't know, like months ago or something. He saw what I was doing and he kind of just like, okay, I'll have you on in the background and I'll work on my own stuff too. I'm like, ah, that's dope. And the idea is that it helps people who have a hard time focusing on work. Dog, I have a really hard time focusing on work, to be honest. That's why I have these like weird ambience sounds in the background. Because I'll be real with you, man. Like, my mind can go like a mile a minute kind of thing. You know, a kilometer a minute, you know. You gotta keep it Canadian, you feel me? But, but like, no, it's, yeah, like, I think that might be a pretty dope thing, though, to be honest. Usually they set up a few things like interactive task lists and workflow timers. Oh, I see. Interesting. No, I'll have to look into that. I know there was like a timer thing I used to use back in college. It was like the tomato timer method. I don't know if it's relevant to what we're talking about, but it was like 25 minutes of work, and then you take like a 5-10 minute break or something like that. But it honestly sounds cool though. I might have to look into that, to be honest. It might be kind of fun to, you know, just, I guess, co-work with people. Oh, they do okay, so they do use those tomato time. Okay, that's dope. And then during the breaks, they socialize more. Okay, interesting. Oh, it is kind of interesting. That is kind of like how I've been kind of doing these streams. Like before, you know, I was kind of nervous, so I was like, I don't really want to talk to people. And but yeah, I would try to work until the hour, and then I'd take like a 10-15 minute break, go eat something, you know, like go stretch my legs a bit. But it's kind of interesting to know that I guess that's like a whole thing that people have been doing. And then yeah, you know, like answer the chat like at the hour break or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm happy with how this looks. It's kind of weird, to be honest. It's missing something. What? No, it's gotta have maybe cracks or something. Check out your Discord. You have a forum post with some co-working tools for streamers. Oh man, I like that a lot. I appreciate that, to be honest. The fact that you give out, like, or you compile some resources that can help people, man, that's dope. But yeah, for sure, I'll have to check that out. If you don't mind me asking, people normally be running a game in the background that has a body double, and also built-in timer, task lists, journals, and other stuff. But then there's some plugins you can get for OBS and Twitch that make interactive task lists for your viewers. Oh shit, that might be something fun. Cause like I'll admit, I kind of feel like my streams can be a bit dry. Like, I mean, not that it matters that much to me, but I always feel weird when people are like watching these. Like, no offense, like honestly, like no offense, but it always feels weird to me. It's like, why would people watch what I'm doing? But then again, people watch whatever they want to watch, right? Well, yeah, I was gonna ask, if you don't mind me asking, how long exactly have you been in the streaming game for? Like something you've always been kind of doing, or is that like something recent? Yeah, when you tell them IRL people about co-working, usually I start off with, it's the most boring thing you could think of streaming. That sounds honestly like right up my alley, because I feel like that's pretty much what I've been doing this whole time. Just being a boring ass streamer. Been doing it on schedule for about 5 years. Oh shit. Tried starting a few other times, but it was hard to habitualize. I feel you on that, man. Like, were you ever like nervous when you first started? Were you ever like, man, I'm gonna sound stupid, or I'm gonna, I don't know. I guess it's a common thing. Maybe a lot of people undergo, but that's commendable though, man. To be honest, like to do it for 5 years like that on schedule is like, yeah, that's fucking powerful, man. That's dedication, to be honest. Not really, hey? Oh, okay. You were always just kind of casual about it then, I guess. I don't know. For me, it was always like, I don't know. I guess I'm not like really too much of like a, talkative or social kind of. I mean, I guess, I'm not like, wouldn't say I'm introverted, but I wouldn't say I'm extroverted either, to be honest. But I don't know. Honestly speaking, like I'm pretty glad I took up this whole streaming thing because it has been like really fun experience to just chat with people and to kind of get my work done and see the progress of this little project that I've been working on. Like it's cool, and I owe it to streaming. I don't know. It sounds like a fucking inspirational thing, but like I owe it to like just keeping on a schedule and just pushing myself to get it done, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong, I like working offline too, but there's always that like feeling that like I don't know. I guess just the streaming thing kind of just kept me on a schedule to do all this. And I guess doing it late into the night probably helps too. I think it can be daunting if people think about it from from the voyeurism angle, but I guess I just think about it like any other social interaction. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Honestly, I kind of gotten used to like not caring too much about who's watching and who like if people are watching or not. I kind of like you said, I treat it like a social interaction too. It's just like, oh, people are here, people want to see what I'm up to, sure. But I don't know. It's different, man. Like once you like I don't know. I guess you know it more than I do, but like once you're actually into the streaming like habit, it's like kind of fun to be honest. Like I'll admit it's kind of fun to just chat away with people, get your work done, and or whatever amount of work you can get done. But Yeah, man, this streaming stuff is like it's still new to me. Like I'll be honest with you. Like a lot of these things I'm doing are still kind of new to me, but I gotta say though, man, like there's something to be said about like the consistency. You know what I mean? Because I feel like streaming kind of lends itself well to being consistent with it, which kind of lines up with like I guess whatever goal you have. Like I don't know. For me, it's completing this damn dungeon pack that I decided to take on for some reason. And I always say, you know, I'm not really a dungeon crawling kind of guy. You know, I'm more of like a sci-fi kind of guy. But you know, there's something to be said about pushing yourself like out of your comfort zone a little bit. You know, like get a do something a little bit unfamiliar, and you know, you'd be surprised at like what it can teach you and you know where it can take you, what you can learn from it. But I don't know. That's how I see it anyway. Man, this tile thing looks like fucking ugly to me for some reason. There's got to be something I can do that. I got an idea. Let me just try and put it on a texture. Maybe that will help me figure out what I want to do. Let's take I don't know this piece. Nah, that looks so weird. Yeah, legit. I feel like a big part of life is trying and experiencing new things. Oh, for sure, bro, for sure. No, you definitely said it, man. Like that's how you grow as a person. You know what I mean? Like you do something that you know pushes you out of your comfort zone, kind of thing, right? And yeah, you know, you'd be amazed at what you can learn and when you really put your mind to it. Yeah, that looks stupid. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I mean, it looks okay. It just looks kind of I don't know. It looks weird. I know in some sense it sucks to try and monetize every activity, but I also feel like if you don't have extra revenue streams, you just won't have enough time to do everything you. Bro, you said it, man. Like, you said it. Don't get me wrong, you know, to the people out there working a regular, you know, 9 to 5, building your career, like, I respect that. I really do. But part of me is like, there's gotta be some extra stream of income to supplement it. You know what I mean? Especially like again, I'm not like you know I don't chase money or anything like that, but I always feel like it never hurts to have like a secondary or you know like a you know multiple streams of revenue because it kind of gives you that a little bit more breathing room to kind of do what you want to do. You know, if you want to take a vacation, but you know you're caught up at work or something like that, or you can't afford to take the time off, kind of thing. I always feel like you know, whether it be streaming, making music, writing, you know, like doing art or whatever, but I always feel like that's worth the time investment. And if you don't make anything, you know, if you don't monetize, I mean, at the very least, you still can enjoy, you know, the what you've been doing, like your, you know, your project, or you know, you can learn some new skills out of it. But yeah, I mean, another thing to me is like, again, not to get too deep, but like, I honestly don't think job security really exists in this day and age. Everyone can be replaced. Yeah, monetizing is just a way you can get some kickback for stuff you want to do anyways. Yeah, man, I honestly think of it like that too. I'm like, it's now it depends. You know, everyone's got different goals of how they want to monetize or you know what they want to monetize, but that's the job security thing, dog. Like to me, it's like if you don't have, if you like again, I have, you know, I have no hate on people building their careers, you know, working at the whatever company for X amount of years. Like, all the power to you, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's dedication, that's hard work. You know, like, that's, like, I got nothing but respect for that. But yeah, you, like you're saying, the employer might close down the business, he might be bought out, go bankrupt, or whatever. There's a bunch of factors out of your control. And that's when you get fucked over. Like, you know, nothing against your company or, you know, the hypothetical company, but like, if they're doing downsizing, who do you think's gonna get axed? The guy who's been there for like 15 years, or the guy who's been there for like 5 years? You know what I mean? And so, in my opinion, like, I feel like these extra hobbies are definitely worth the time investment, and it's a struggle, to be honest. Like, it's not guaranteed. It's never guaranteed to be, you know, a successful YouTuber or a, you know, I'm a fucking hype Twitch streamer. Like, that shit's not guaranteed, man. But in my honest like opinion, I think it's worth at least pursuing on the side, of course. I mean, you know, you do your job or you do like your priorities, and then it's always nice to be in a career that you can bring passion to, but it also can't be everything to put your passion into. Yeah, bro, you, fuck, man, you're reading my mind today. It's kind of what I've been working towards with my. Well, I don't know. I guess it started as my YouTube channel, but now I'm doing like these 3D things because, like, to me, it's like, I mean, fuck, you've seen these streams, huh? I can do this shit for 4 hours, you know, 4 or 5 hours, just modeling and tweaking like things. And to me, I would love to be able to do this as a career path. You know what I mean? Like, but work for myself, kind of thing. Because I ultimately feel like I'd put the most passion into my work if it was my business, if that makes sense. And again, I got nothing against people who, you know, put in that effort into someone else's business. You know, maybe you're like a, you know, they just treat you really well. You like the company you work for. You know, some dope coworkers you got. Like, that's I like that, man. Like, I feel like that's important to have in a career. But yeah, man, like, I don't know. I've talked to a lot of people about the whole, like, you know, like at my job and stuff. It's like, oh, what do you do? And you know, at first I was kind of nervous to tell people, but it's like, yeah, you know, I do music, and you know, I taking up 3D, like, you know, as like a, you know, as a hobby. I do it, and they're like, oh yeah, like, you don't, you know, it's always like, how many followers, how many subscribers do you have? It's like, bro, I have like none. And then you get that look, you know, they get that look. It's like, oh, this guy's an idiot. He's, you know, he's probably just wasting his time. But to me, man, like, it's worth it. It's worth the time investment. And you know, again, if you don't end up monetizing whatever, I mean, fuck, at least you had fun. You know what I mean? As opposed to going into a career that you're not passionate about. You can't wait till 5 o'clock, then you clock out, and then you go home, staying, like, you know, drive home in an hour traffic to get, like, in rush hour, and then you get, I don't know, like, what is that, 4 hours left in the day, 4 or 5 hours left in the day to yourself, and you're already dead tired. You gotta fucking make dinner, you gotta clean up, you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, I'd rather spend the time now and invest my time into this. I don't want to call it a business because, you know, it's my hobby, but I would rather invest the time now to grow as an artist, to grow as like a whatever I'm doing, music man. I don't know what the term is. You know, to work on Astronaut, like, that's what I'm passionate about. Like, this guy, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's why I ended up leaving my job, took a part-time job instead, and then I have enough time to create, but also took up Uber and Instacart delivery to help pay the bills. Man, respect. Respect, bro. No, I mean, like, it's important, like, you know what I mean? To, like, it's important. You gotta pay the bills somehow, you feel me? And that's kind of a lesson I had to learn, like, early on in my career stuff, but it was like, man, like, I don't like office work, you know, I don't like showing up, I don't like fucking exporting PDFs and doing these drawings and all that, but after some time, I kind of realized, I'm like, you know what? I'm supporting myself. I'm supporting my family this way. I'm able to enjoy some, certain luxuries in life. I'm not like living like on the, high life or anything, but it's kind of nice. It's kind of like, kind of makes you realize it's like you may not be the most passionate about that kind of like office work, but pays the bills. You know what I mean? And I've always like similar to you, man. I've always had the mentality that like I'll do my work, I'll do it as best I can, but after that, it's me time. You know what I mean? And like, bro, this is why like it's so weird to like relate to people sometimes because they'll be like, oh, I've seen this movie or I was watching this show, and I'm like, man, like I don't know what the fuck any of that is about. Like like I don't watch TV, man. Like I barely watch TV. I barely watch movies. If I'm not working or helping around and stuff like that, then I'm doing this. I'm working on 3D. I'm looking up tutorials of like how to do, better techniques or whatever, tips and tricks. Like I'm always so focused on like this Astronite story or like this channel, this stream stuff because to me it's kind of like it's a weird mentality, I'll admit. Like it's definitely a weird mentality, but it's like I don't want to waste my time. Yeah, man, people who don't have a drive to create don't get it. I feel you, man. It's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. Like I'll be real, you know what I mean? But just part of me is just like it's that pursuit of knowledge. Like that like is a pretty big proponent of why I do what I'm doing because I'm like yeah, it's still going. Because to me it's like I want to become a better artist. I enjoy making 3D models. I enjoy working on whatever, music and stuff. So I'm always like trying to make it better than I've done before. You feel me? And like this is what the whole point of this pack was. So, like yeah, it's hard to explain that because I remember I was talking to a dude at work, and he mentioned he's like, so like, what do you do for fun like after work? He's like, you like play ball or something. You like what do you do? I kind of explained to him like awkwardly. I'm like, well, I have like a YouTube channel, and it takes a huge amount of my time to work on 3D and to work on music for a couple hours after work. And like I remember his response is what stuck with me. He's like, man, that's so much work though. And I really didn't know how to respond to that. I'm like, yeah, I mean, like it is a lot of work, but it, I enjoy doing what I'm doing, right? I feel like, oh man, that looks bad. Just that response stuck with me. Man, that's a lot of work though. And I'm like, well, I mean, what else am I gonna do? Like, don't get me wrong. I like the job I worked out. It was great people and everything, but I'm like, I'm not passionate about this work. Like being like office work. I'm like, I'm passionate about like what I'm doing right now is like fucking painting things and like watching TV is a lot of work. Yeah, man. Like again, no hate, no hate. People are different like that. People have different goals, different priorities in life, and I'll admit, man, like sometimes I would take a break, binge watch the fuck out of a show or like a series of like, bro. There was a show I found from a YouTuber called Tech War, and it was like William Shatner's Tech War, right? And he's kind of like making a almost like a joke video about it, but he was serious about it. He's doing it like an honest review of it. For some reason, it drew me in. You feel me? Food for thought. Everything is work. I 100% agree with that, bro. Like, yeah, everything in this life ends up being work one way or another. There's no, I mean, yeah, like once you get into the workforce and all that, I mean, I don't know. I agree with what you're saying for sure, for sure. But I remember like that show, bro. Like it drew me in. I don't know what it was, but I was like, okay, this is cheesy. This is fucking goofy. Like, yeah, it was made in like I don't know the '90s or something like that, and I'm like, okay, but and I'll admit this, I ended up binge watching like I think it was like 3 or 4 seasons on YouTube videos, Non-stop, non-stop, like day after day, or like a fucking weekend went by of me just binge watching that. And like, it's embarrassing to admit, but like, there's times when I will disengage from like the art stuff, the music stuff, and just I will consume media like a fucking like a fucking black hole, man. Like I'm like, okay, I'm into this show, I'm into this series, I'm gonna do nothing but watch it now. So I have like a really weird obsession with like movies and TV. Like if there's a series I like, I will devour it, and then I won't touch anything else, and I'll go right back to doing what I was doing. And I'm like, yeah, that's where did I don't think that's healthy. Like I'll just admit, I don't think what I do is healthy. But that's just kind of how I roll, man. Like there's a show I like, yeah, I'll binge watch it. Otherwise, I don't really keep up to date with like movies or like new shows coming out. I like to read about people's discussions or like what's happening, like for sure. But part of me is just like I'd rather spend that time working on this stuff or music or something like that because I don't know, man. I just have this weird drive to just learn and improve and learn and improve and hopefully one day this becomes like what I just end up doing as a career. Again, it's not guaranteed. I don't really hold out hope that one day it's going to happen, but to me, it's at the end of the day it's like, you know what? I can look back, and I can tell myself it was worth it. I had a lot of fun doing that or attempting to, make it happen, but yeah, I don't know, man. Well, let me ask you. I've been rambling about myself like an idiot, but like, what drives you to like create? Like, was it something you were always thinking about, or were you? I don't know. Were you just fed up with work one day and you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna make this happen. Oh man, I killed the. Oh, I see. Okay, you started with drawing, then just got into everything as time went on. Oh, I feel you on that, man. Like you never know where these creative endeavors take you, man. Love to see my ideas come to completion. Love having other people experience my ideas. Yeah, I feel you on that, man. I really do. Like, I'm not about, oh, this got so many likes or this got so many reactions, but it's always nice to just to share that passion with people. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm a, no, I don't know, I'm a fucking weird guy, but like, it's like, I don't know if I'd say it like that, but like, yeah, no, I feel you on that. I like to see, like, dude, like, it took me years to actually create. Oh wait, what's my setting here? To create this guy, you know what I mean? Like, he's not like Astronite still isn't what I envisioned like when I was younger of like a cool armored guy who has like a sword and shield, but something about like seeing those ideas come to fruition that just it's like a dopamine hit, you know what I mean? Like it's hell, even seeing like all this stuff like coming together has been like it's been wild, man. It's like holy shit, like years ago when I was just doing music, I never really thought of myself as like getting into 3D or anything. I was always like, okay, I'll be a fucking musician or something, but it's incredible, man. Oh, let me ask you. Sorry, I was gonna ask you. What were you drawing exactly? And I'm assuming you were like a self-taught, like kind of artist, or Oh, you wanted to be a comic book artist? Oh shit. So I was drawing lots of superhero type stuff, copying artwork for comic book and cartoon art. No hate, man. There's no problem with that, though, dude. I mean, like, see, yeah, you were copying artwork from comic book and cartoon artists. So you have like your own superheroes and shit, or what? Or was it just like I'm gonna draw Spider Man and practice like that, or I don't know, Incredible Hulk or something like that? What's a Canadian super? Wolverine? Were you drawing Wolverine? But no, that's dope, man. Like honestly, I think my cousin, like I mean, he's an artist now. Like he's been doing art for like quite some time, to be honest. But I remember like when we were kids, man, he'd just be drawing like Dragon Ball Z and shit. You know, he'd draw Goku, he'd draw like, you know, back then that was like the Namekian arc, whatever. You know, Super Saiyan, whatever the fuck. Sorry, I'm not like into that big into DBZ, but yeah, he would draw a lot of that. Yeah, self-taught though, man. That's the way to go, man. Do you have an idea of superheroes, if you can call them that? Are they like? Oh, I mean, you know, it's your your idea. You don't have to talk to you don't have to spill the beans if you don't want to. But I think it's cool though when people are like, this is my original character that's not based on any existing franchise. No, that's all good. I don't really care if people do that. I mean, hell, my character's like a mix of a bunch of my little influences from my childhood. Yeah, if you don't mind, like I want to ask, like, what kind of superheroes were they? Were they like Iron Man, like like guys in suits of armor? Oh shit, your family used to be superhero supportive of it. Oh, super supportive of it. Sorry. Then I moved into my mom's when I was a young adult. My stepdad was, oh man, about work ethic. Damn, man, yeah, my heart goes out to you, man. Like I'll admit that it's kind of rough, man. To be honest, like I mean, you always seemed like such a driven guy, but didn't know like a bit about a bit about your background like that. That kind of gives a little bit more context into what you do, man. But take it from me, just some random fuck that you probably never met, but but I honestly believe you can do it, man. To be honest, like from what I've seen with like your work, I honestly think you could fucking make it happen. If you can stream on schedule consistently for 5 fucking years, man, like that's you've already proved you got what it takes to fucking stick it out, through thick and thin or whatever the term is. But yeah, man, like I hope like I mean obviously I imagine that had like obviously a lasting impact on you, but fuck, man, I say go at it, man. You know what I mean? Like your past doesn't exactly define who you are. You know what I mean? There's always a. Oh, okay. So you got into music after you left all that. Interesting. Was it you who said you used to work as a DJ? I think, or maybe that was someone else. You wanted to play instruments, but had no musical talents. Didn't really know where to start. Then I found out about EDM and figured out how to produce. Fuck, man, that's sick. So you've always been kind of driven like that. It seems like always just driven to learn, I guess, or to take up. Oh yeah, you were a DJ. Okay, okay. I feel like EDM's like the gateway drug to like music producing. I remember when I was starting, I was always looking up like EDM tutorials. Make EDM type beats and all that. Not type beats, like not like that, but EDM tutorials. Yeah, honestly though, man, like that's honestly really commendable. Like with how far you've come in your creative stuff. What am I fucking doing here, man? Like, what is this supposed to... I think I'm gonna make these white. I think that'll look better. Let's look at the model. This looks so fucking weird, man. Like... I mean, it looks alright, but it doesn't really scream dungeon to me, to be honest. But no, honestly, man, like, I honestly, like, there's something about music that I really, I don't know, I don't want to get all, like, wishy, like, all emotional about it, but, like, there's something about music that, like, speaks to me, you know what I mean? Writing you've always been interested in too, so when I figured out about incorporating writing into video editing, it helped me with, oh, I see, it helped you with the YouTube video process. Yeah, I think I caught a stream of yours briefly, like some time ago, where you're like just chilling and you were like writing your script on stream, and I was like, man, like I had no idea people would even do that. But I honestly, it's cool how you're like channeling in those like little passions of yours into your work nowadays. No matter how small or how big it is, I mean, like you're still working on your craft. You know what I mean? Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't say I'm much of a writer, to be honest. Like I try to think of writing stuff for my story, but it's kind of weird. But like I get writing ideas when I make music. When I listen to music and I think, I'm like, okay, this is for my Astro Knight idea. I'm like, now where would this take place? What would he be doing? And it kind of like goes from. It's a really weird process, to be honest, but it kind of it works for me. You know what I mean? Like so like. I'll just give you a brief example. Like if I'm listening to like this might be loud, so I don't know how loud this is gonna be, but you might want to turn down your fucking music or your audio. But when I listen to this track, I'm like, okay, it's like a 2D scenario. You know, the main character's running through and like he starts punching like bad guys on the street. You know what I mean? If you want help writing for Astro Knight someday, let me know. Oh, dude, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, it's weird how I end up writing to it because I'm like, well, I'll give you an example. You can barely see it though. So it's like this. Oh man, fucking hell. It's like he's running through and this music's playing. Like, you know what I mean? That's just how I kind of write for this story. I'm like, yeah, it's like a Mario game or some shit. But yeah, no, it's writing is fun though, man. I like thinking up little scenarios and stuff, and that's kind of what I do with my 3D animations. It's like maybe the writing isn't the strongest, but yeah, you know, I always feel like it's a fun way to intertwine writing with 3D with music, but I'm hoping to take content creation stuff into video game development eventually. But I think I'll start with something basic like Ren'Py. So first of all, that is fucking dope. Like I really like, I'm on board with that, man. That sounds like a good idea. And second of all, what is Ren'Py? But I agree, you know, just start with something small before you work on something so like okay, take it from me. Don't do what I'm doing. Like don't work on such a fucking huge project. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with taking little steps that add up over time. Oh, Ren'Py is a visual novel engine. So like Ace Attorney type stuff. Oh, cool. So you wanna okay, so yeah, no, okay, I feel you. So you're gonna write for that and then make like little visual novel type scenarios. That's actually a really good idea, man. As opposed to diving into like again, I don't know your familiarity, but like, diving headfirst into a game engine and you're like, I'm gonna build this fucking huge game that's gonna have all these features and no, I'm really a fan of that, dude. To be honest, little steps add up so much over time. Hey, more power to you, man. If it sounds like it's up your alley, or if you feel like that's the best way to go for it, then yeah, I would definitely do it like that. Because I feel like it'd be small enough, it's manageable for you. No, we wouldn't get too overwhelmed or anything like that, and the stakes are kind of low. You feel me? But it's a really good way to cut your teeth on it. I guess people still say that term. I don't know. And that's kind of what I kind of feel like I'm kind of doing that to some extent with these projects, but yeah, there's a whole reason I'm doing like this dungeon stuff because in order to work on like my Astronite animations or to the quality that I want them to be, then there's so much that I have to learn first, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll take on a massive dungeon project that pushes me out of my comfort zone because like I said, I'm like a space kind of guy. Like I know I like sci-fi and stuff. But this project is really taught on wrong fucking camera, of course. Yeah, here we go. But like I was saying, I was like, this project really taught me a lot about 3D and all the intricacies. Oh man, what the fuck am I looking at? It's really taught me quite a bit about. Like, that's all I'm trying to say. Is like I'm hoping to use all these skills that I'm picking up with this pack into my Astronite animations. So just kind of thinking of ways to keep the process growing and not just stay focused on generating ad revenue for all my income. I feel you, bro. I mean, if you have, like, that superhero idea that you mentioned, right? Again, you don't want to talk too much about it. I completely respect that. Probably your good idea that you got, but, like, no, I agree, though, man. Like, if I were to focus on all like just ad revenue, subscriber count, and all that, I would fucking lose my mind. I would get so discouraged because, like, well, I'll be the first to admit, like, I'm not a good YouTuber. I'm not really enticing or entertaining like that. It's like, oh, okay, he works on weird stuff, but it's just that passion that you gotta have. You know what I mean? Instead of focusing on ad revenue, you're like, you know what? I got a story that I want to tell and I'm gonna fucking tell that story no matter how long it takes. You feel me? To me, that means so much more than just, oh, look at my ad revenue for the day. But again, it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's awesome to see you creating such a big project from the ground up. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. What the hell is this doing here? Oh, okay. So yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you. That's kind of like I'll admit with like Astronite, that's kind of why I just say he's a robot spaceman because I feel like that gives the gist of what he is. But again, he's not a robot, but like a guy in a suit of armor, like I was gonna say Tony Hawk, like Tony Stark. Yeah, I don't think Tony Hawk was ever wore a suit of armor. But no, I feel you, man. Like, yeah, okay, maybe it's not a superhero thing, but it's your story, is what I would say. Like fucking FF10, bro. Like you're Titus, and I'm like, all right, bro, this is your story. you know, no, I feel you though. Basically, extraordinary people investigating mysteries might be up your alley because it's like a sci-fi or cyberpunk setting. Oh shit! There was a fucking book I got gifted back in grade 6. What was the name of that book? The Ear, the Eye, and the Arm. Again, it's a weird book, but it was about like these. It was in the future. I think it was set in Africa or something like that, and it was like way over my head as a kid, right? I didn't fucking understand any of it, but it was about, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong, because I'll be honest, I never actually finished the book. But it was kind of like that. It was about extraordinary people investigating like this mystery of it was like some king's daughter went missing or something, or he went missing or something like that. But yeah, kind of like those cyberpunk novels that are like detective stories in the future. Dog, you would fucking enjoy Tech War. Yo, hold up. Let me show you something. Not show you, let me just link you something real quick. Like, I shit you not, man. This series is so, like, it's so fucking goofy, but, like, there was, like, a playlist I had, or I was watching. Yeah, let me just send you, like, a video. I don't know, just send a... Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, like, I'll just put the title into the chat. Oh, you're watching on Twitch? Shit, no, yeah, I forgot. I always assume people are on YouTube all the time. I'll put it in both. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, dog, if you're into like the cyberpunk detective stories, but really cheesy, because it's fucking Tech War. Failed to load module. Why? Why do you do this to me? Maybe I can, yeah, stream manager. Yeah, check this series out, dog. This series is fucking amazing, dog. I don't know. I really enjoyed it. You know, even though it was like that '90s cheese to it, but it was really enjoyable. But no, that honestly speaking though, like let me turn back the ambience on. Honestly speaking though, that actually sounds like a really cool idea. Bookmark, yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, man. If you get time, you know, you're like chilling at home. You're like, man, there's nothing to watch. Just give it a browse, or if you're not into watching the whole series, I can let me just fucking bring it up. Now I'm like talking about it. I will show you. Yeah, okay, I'll show you this Magular guy's video. He does like it's a what is it here? It's a 2 hour video, so you know you probably don't watch it. Here. I'm just, yeah, yeah, that fucking series is he does a really good job reviewing it. I mean, yeah, like he you know he takes some shots at the show, but you know it's all in good fun. It's he does a really good review series on it. So if you don't want to sit through the whole show one by one, I'd look at his fucking his review. Do you ever watch Altered Carbon? I remember we were watching it at some point, but somewhere along the lines I just kind of stopped watching it. I don't know why, but no, I've seen it. I just never finished it. What about you? Did you ever want like did you ever finish that show or what? Altered Carbon? Altered Carbon can be pretty cheesy or campy for some people. I mean, that's all good. I remember like if I remember correctly, it was like these people had like discs in the back of their fucking head, and like if you die, you just take the disc and you like the first season a lot. It got me to read all the author's book and sort of set my imagination racing for cyberpunk settings. Oh, really? I didn't know they had a fucking book series out there. I might have to listen to that, you know, because you know I don't read for some reason. Oh, that's dope though, man. That's honestly really dope. Man, I remember like as a kid, because like my dad used to travel a lot, you know, to the airports. You know, this is pre, you know, portable phones. Well, you know, pre smartphones. So he would always buy these Tom Clancy or John Grisham type books, and then you know he'd give it to us like after his little trips. So like I actually used to read some of those like Can't remember like the exact names. It's been so long, but like those Tom Clancy type books, and like they were, I don't know. Can't remember if they were like detective like books, but some of those books were like they drew me in, man. So I totally feel you on that. Yeah, like most things, the books are way better. Yeah, honestly, I agree with that sentiment. There's only so much you can cram into a 2 hour movie, especially if your source material is like volume 1 to fucking 12 or something. And speaking of Cyberpunk, I know you probably saw this question from a mile away, but you ever played that Cyberpunk game or what? The one with Keanu Reeves in it? Yeah, unless it's The Hobbit and they drag that shit into 3 movies. I'll be real with you, man. I haven't really watched The Lord of the Rings, and I've only seen the first Hobbit movie, I think, because I went like with some guys and with some friends in college. Went to go see a movie after some exam, but it was cool. I'll admit, I actually really enjoyed that Hobbit movie. You didn't play it, but you were super intrigued. Then it had a bad launch. I heard they fixed all the issues, and it's a great game now, though. Brother, do I have a story for you about a certain game called No Man's Sky? Well, yeah, I probably don't need to say much. You probably already know what I'm talking about. The first movie was the best one. The second and third were dragged out way too much. Oh shit, really? I can't remember if it was The Hobbit. I want to say it was The Hobbit, but I think there was again, this is just Reddit random bullshit you read on Reddit, but it was like you're gonna hate me for this, but who's the actor that plays what's his name? Gandalf? The dude with the beard and the staff? Like he was talking to fucking tennis balls, bro. You fucking love No Man's Sky. No hate, bro. Honestly, no hate. I'm really happy to see what the game's shaping up to be. I don't want to, I don't want to be negative, so I'll say like what drew me into that game many moons ago was the explore planets. You know what I mean? Discover creatures that I used to watch all the interviews. I would stay on the fucking subreddit, constantly hitting refresh. I used to be a huge fanboy for that game, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. And I'll admit the game didn't really go in the direction I thought it would. But again, I'm not gonna shit on the game for whatever they want to do with their own property, right? Ian McKellen. Oh, okay, okay. Oh shit, you were a day one player too, dog. August 2016. I'll never forget the hype. The fucking hype, dog. I was downloading the game and I called up my cousin who's like 3 hours like 3 hour different time zone. And he's like, "What the fuck are you phoning me?" He's like, "So late, whatever." I'm like, "Bro, I'm about to play No Man's Sky, dog." And he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then obviously, like he came over like one time we're playing. He's like, "All right, show me this fucking space game you've been raving about." Dog, it's so embarrassing. It was just so funny to see his reaction. He's like, "This is what you're excited about?" I'm like, "Yo, man, I'm in a spaceship, dog. I'm going from this planet to this moon," and I'm like, yeah, it was a good game though. I honestly, I got no hate for No Man's Sky, and I'm really happy to see like how they've turned things around. To be honest, like more power to them, man. We need people to just stick to their guns, stick to their vision, and just see it to the very end kind of thing. I'm gonna make these. I think I'll make these white now. It's looking annoying, looking bad to me. But yeah, tell me your thoughts on No Man's Sky. I mean, like, what drew you into the game? I imagine it was hopping from planet to planet kind of thing. I'll admit though, dude, like I had a PlayStation 4, right? A PlayStation 4 VR headset, and fuck, man. No Man's Sky in a PlayStation VR setting is fucking beautiful, man. It's like magical. When I first put on the head, I was dizzy. Like, of course, I was a little bit dizzy, but holy shit, man. When you the fucking cockpit in front of you, like in the ship, it's just right in front of your reach, and then you turn your head and there's a fucking planet. Like, I'll never forget that experience, man. That was like a core memory for me. You know what I mean? I'll never forget that kind of an experience with that game. But I don't know. I don't like that. People won't let it go. It's like, oh, it was a day one launch was a flop and all this and all that. It's like, bro, like look at the game now though. You know what I mean? Like the game's like again, yeah, sure, maybe it's not what people once thought it was, but that's I don't know, man. Something to be said about just sticking to your guns like that amidst all the fucking hate that people have. You know what I mean? Like that can't be easy. But I got a lot of respect for them for Hello Games. Just stick. Put your head down, get your work done. Fuck what everyone's saying, what they're fucking yelling at you about, and turn the game around. Put that what do you call? Make that vision of yours like reality, kind of thing. Not to sound like a weird inspirational guy, but I got a lot of respect for that, to be honest. Oh, okay, yeah, that's looking much better. I don't know why I was using that ugly yellow color, man. Looking like fucking looking bad. Okay, so I got the white color, so now what can I do? Maybe this becomes yeah, okay. But yeah, dude, like I'm still like like into space and all that. Like I'm like a nut for like even if it's like a full moon outside, man. I'll like go outside and just stare at it with like binoculars. Kind of weird, but to me, it's like man, like it's just a little planet in the sky, and it's just so close to us. Anyway, but yeah, like No Man's Sky was like it was an interesting experience for sure. Okay, I got. Oh man, maybe these should just be black then, or not. Maybe make them gray, or not. Hey, it's me. It's been about 2.5 hours, so yeah, it was fun chatting with Void Money. Definitely check out his streams. Check out his work. He's a really cool guy. But I'm gonna take a quick 10-15 minute break. And yawn on stream because that seems to be the norm these days. But I just wanted to briefly talk about yeah, you can ignore this weird background, but yeah, look, dog. But no, I was gonna say is I want to briefly talk about this trim sheet that I've been doing. So, I mean, let me just say it like this: the results speak for themselves. Like I don't really need to explain and talk and talk and talk, but this is more in line with what I had and with what I've been going for with this dungeon pack. I know a lot of like so far a lot of the stream has been these blank white models like oh yeah cool cool cool, but when you add the textures to it adds that it adds that variety. I don't know what the word is that it adds. I don't know, what do you add to something? It adds that spice. It adds that spice to the model. I don't know. I'm terrible with these words. But as I slowly pan across, you can sort of see the way the light reacts. Like I can zoom in a bit closer, and you can see like the way the yeah. It's incredible. I'm really excited to continue creating these trim sheets and just applying it to these models. So like yeah, it could be better. There's maybe tweaks. Like some of these are really big down here, and they're kind of tiny here, and then back to normal. But I'll adjust it as I see fit, right? For the most part, I just wanted to get the actual stone work, the stone textures in there. So I'm really excited to work on this, and pretty much all I wanted to say, really. I'll be back. I'll be back in about 10-15. Yeah, almost about 2.5 hours on stream, and but yeah, this has been a long time coming. I guess is the word, as the phrase, but like this has been on my mind for quite a while now, to be honest. And I'm glad that I took my time to practice and to learn how to refine my techniques a little bit more and more, because I can give you. I probably don't have the example here, but the textures used to look really. Oh, I got like one small example here. This was the extent of the textures before, right? It wasn't anything spectacular. It's like, oh, okay, you have like a cool pixelated style, I guess. But no, what I wanted to push myself was to create more than just this pixelated style. I wanted these pixelated. I mean, it's sort of pixelated too, but you get what I mean. I wanted it to be a little bit more detailed, but with the same relatively with the same resolution. These are only 128 by 128, and these trim sheets are using 256 by 256. You can kind of see the difference. I mean, like again, this ladder was done very early. This lamp was done very early in the project, so a lot of things need to be revamped, retweaked. But I'm hoping that the more I can progress on these trim sheets, the more I can start standardizing all my work. And one last thing I wanted to touch upon. Look at this. Let's just look at this wireframe mode for a second. You'll notice that each of these are individual bricks, right? Okay, it could be better, it could be worse, but with this trim sheet that I've been working on, this is only, how do I put it? It's less geometry, it's less load, I guess, to basically what I'm getting at is like instead of making each individual brick, I kind of got away with just painting it, and that's kind of cool, I guess. That's kind of neat to me in any way. It's so hopefully I can revamp these walls to use more of something more like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave them as is, but Yeah, I'm gonna take a 10-15 minute break and I'll be back. I'm just gonna stretch my legs a little bit and just get my eyes off the screen for a little bit. And yeah, this is another example. Like, so this wood table is not the best, but you can see here again, these are the same size textures, right? This table versus this coffin. So I started to slowly get an idea of how to do this pixel art style. I don't know if it's real pixel art or not. It's pixel and it's art. So yeah, my main focus now is to let me just turn off this overlay. My main focus is now to work on these trim sheets, and then I can create a more cohesive look to all these models. Like, as you can see, like this pillar and this wall use the exact same trim sheet. At least I think they do. Yeah, they do. They do. Just laid out a bit differently versus this torch, which is just some weird gradient colors. That's not using a trim sheet. But anyway, we'll just look back at this pillar just to give you an idea. So like that's the plan, is like, yeah, it's cool. It's just cool. Like, that's pretty much all I gotta say, really. I just like it. It's fun. It's really fun to do this. I'm just trying to get a better view. Yeah, like a what do you call it? An or isometric view, whatever. So yeah, something like that is what I'm leaning toward. And then I'll move the camera around and you kind of see like. So it may not be noticeable right away. I mean, obviously there's tweaks. I still have to tweak the. Maybe I don't have to tweak the bump map. I don't remember, but take a quick look. Probably do or do not need to tweak it. Let me just take a look real quick. Okay, yeah, so it needs to be tweaked. Yeah, there's still some adjustments to be made. I kind of just spattered it all over just to get an idea, just to do it quick. But so yeah, as you can see, like as I play around. Oh, actually, that's a good setting. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Yeah, because early on I was struggling with these damn posts, right? Actually, let me do one thing. 1.1511. 1.1511. Okay, so it didn't make a difference like I was hoping it would. I think that's more just adjusting those bump maps. Because I don't know, I've never, I get like I always say, right? Like I've never stepped foot in a dungeon, so I don't know how bumpy wooden rails in a dungeon would look. But you know what? It's coming. It's coming together. Look at this guy run. Look at him go. But yeah, no, I just wanted to briefly chat about this process I've been picking up on and slowly but surely getting there. I kind of like it. Like honestly, this turned out a lot better than I was expecting it to turn out, and I could swear I was doing that weird. Oh, it may have been a different model I was doing. Yeah, I know. I just said I would take a break, and then I don't take a break, and then what are you gonna do about it? So yeah, these are. I don't know. I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do with this weird pattern. I might use it, maybe not use it, but yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, I think it was a different model. Maybe that's why. And this is one of the struggles I face with constantly laying things out and then deleting them. So just to give you an example. Yeah. Oh. Snap that to grade. We'll bring that in here. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like I don't think that fits the aesthetic of a dungeon. Maybe for something more ornate. I don't know what the word is, but it just doesn't make sense on a. I mean, maybe it does. Maybe it kind of fits the pillar's aesthetic. It definitely sticks out though, and I kind of don't like that. It maybe for a table or something, but I think I'll just go back to using that green stone. That just kind of looks weird to me. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'm gonna take a 10-15 minute break and I'll be back in 10-15 minutes. Or I might end the stream soon. I mean, it's been 2.5 hours, but we'll see. This is honestly the only like time I get to work on this thing, so I kind of push myself to do as much as I can in the limited time that I have. Anyway, I'm break time. It's break time, so let's do this. Oh yeah, I like this song too. Hey, it's me again. I'm back. I yeah, I'm back. Let's just continue. How many? Yeah, I don't know how much longer I want to go on this stream, but like I said before, I'm kind of just trying to push myself to go with word I was thinking of. I've got to push myself to get it done because I want to. I mean, I don't need to justify my actions to. Maybe I do need to justify. I never really thought about it, but I imagine I don't need to justify my actions to people, especially when it comes to this 3D stuff. It's like I do it because I want to do it. But no, jokes aside, or shitty jokes aside, I want to do this. I don't know why. I'm trying to think of a good reason now. Watch me struggle with a good reason. I want to do this because it's fun. And that looks pretty bad. I'll probably just move it back to, yeah, something like that might look better. Yeah, I guess I kind of just wasted a bunch of time making this weird pattern, but I'll probably end up using it somewhere. Maybe, hear me out, maybe we could use it here. Man, a lot of this needs to be fixed. Yeah, I don't want to get too involved in the UV, playing around with like the UV stuff right away, because it's all subject to change anyway, right? I mean, as I continue to tweak and refine it, it should change how it looks. I just want to. Oh shit. Oh shit. That does not look bad at all. That is not bad at all. I don't like the dots. Maybe I'll change that to like a checker pattern or something. I don't like those gems. I just edited now, so it's out of the way. But yeah, this is my project, my dungeon, yeah, it's my dungeon. My dungeon pack, model pack, dungeon. Oh, I don't know. I can't think of the proper word right now. It's this asset pack. There we go. This asset pack I've been working on. It's been fun, to be honest. Like I got to admit, it's been a lot more entertaining than I was expecting it would be. Early on, I was like, okay, I'm way in over my head, but now I'm kind of like, it's I like it. I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit. It's fun to work on, and I'm learning new things as I go. So it's the pursuit of knowledge is what drives me in this project. I always say that, to be honest, but it's true. It's if I wasn't learning something new, wasn't learning something entertaining and fun with this project, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably give up earlier. Or no, actually, I have been saying this a lot, but I recently discovered that my mic was muted, so I heard it before, and this is probably the first time I'm saying this on stream, but yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this. I kind of lost track of what I was talking about, but I'm doing something that's new to me, that's keeping me on my toes, that's helping me learn and refine my techniques so that I can make Astronite into like a more oh, that's cool. I'll make like little eyeballs or something there. Into a more refined animation series. Don't get me wrong, like I'm taking my time with it, as because there's no like deadline to it or anything. But I honestly feel like taking on this project really pushed me to like to learn how to do better 3D stuff. You know what I mean? So now I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna go back into Astronite, that that robot spaceman thing I was talking about earlier, then I want to utilize all these techniques that go into it. So it's I have a I make little notes to myself of how I want the story to progress, and like certain scenarios that I want to animate and stuff. So I'm hopeful that one day I can bring that to light, and it'll take some time. But I like me and Void were talking earlier. It's like it's a passion project. You know what I mean? Like, and however long it takes is however long it takes. You feel me? Like, there's no deadline, no pressure to do any of this. To be honest, kind of just want to do it because I'm like, it's fun. Like that's ultimately all I can say. It's like it's fun to learn this, and it's fun to continue learning. Anyway, I'm gonna cut the mic. I don't know why I'm fucking talking so much. Hey, it's me again. It's been about 4 hours on stream, so I think I'm good, to be honest. This red brick, I don't know why I made it red, but it kind of clashes with the rest of these assets. So I don't know if I'll keep this texture or, but this is all good practice to kind of hone in on a style, a yeah. So I don't think this. I mean, it's cool. It's a cool texture. I had fun making this, but I don't think it fits the aesthetic of what I'm going for here. And neither does this. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but this trim doesn't fit either. But it's a cool technique. It's cool to experiment like around and. Oh, excuse me. It's cool to experiment and, but I'll have to redo it. I know. Unfortunately, I'll have to redo it to something a bit more cohesive to what I was aiming for. I think these let me change this so it's not so red. Yeah, you can barely see what I'm talking about, but I think this gray stone is a really good starting point. Excuse me, but yeah, I'll worry about that later. I'll redo this trim sheet, or I'll use this other one maybe. Maybe I'll do that. But yeah, okay, so yeah, before I end the stream here, I'm just gonna try one thing real quick. So if I copy this material, okay, it looks somewhat better. And obviously there's a lot of cleanup that still needs to be done, but I think it looks, so yeah, I probably shouldn't be fucking with my source assets too much. I don't want to move them. I'd rather just copy and move them around, but I'll make an exception here. I'll just put this back. Yeah, something like that. And then I'll copy it over just to see how it looks. Oh, I guess it already, okay, whatever. Copied over on its own, so let's look at that. So again, like I was explaining earlier, well this right now, this is using the exact same trim sheet as this wall. So it is cohesive, I like it, but personally I kind of like this one better, or best. It breaks up the pattern, if that makes sense. Like here, I think it looks fine. It just looks like a part of the wall and stuff like that. But this, I mean, obviously, I have to tweak it more. This is just a rough UV or a material swap, but I think so far out of the stuff I've done so far, I kind of like the second trim sheet for stone. The one with the red brick, and that red brick was a mistake. So I will edit that sometime in the future. But this is cool. I like this. I'm really happy with how this turned out. And honestly, UV unwrapping is starting to become less and less of a chore. I would say it's not too hard once you. Oh man. Okay, I'm out. Once you get a workflow, but yeah, I'm out. I gotta go. So I'm gonna end this stream here. I'll just play the little bumper for a bit. Man, this music sucks. Actually, forget it. I don't want to play the outro today. I'm just gonna end the stream here. Do it some other time. But yeah, thanks for thanks for everything. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you on the next stream, whenever that may be. But let's be honest, probably tomorrow. All right, I'm out. Peace.